I've decided I will follow my heart. Promise yours will always be right near me. What if you could take the chance to save a life? But you could only save them by losing everything. If I could go back and give up everything I had, I would never hide my scars for anything. No, not for no one. It's so hard to walk on water every day. If I fall, you know I would swim through oceans of my tears to be with you. Say goodbye, I don't have the strength to let it all end. I would give all and everything if we could mend. All I wanted was you to stay and not disappear. I've decided I will follow my heart. Promise yours will always be right near me. It feels like every day I'm fighting for my life, but I'm never backing down. I'm gonna prove I'm strong for you. I don't think I'm afraid at all to lose or fail a fight. I was always so afraid I might be losing you. I won't say die, you won't ever see me running away. 'Cause this life, it meant more to me than everything. All I ask, stay right next to me and don't disappear. I've decided that I won't give up on my heart. I'm not strong for the power, the fame, or the glory. Those don't mean a thing. I just wanted to be stronger so I could hold you closer next to me. Even if I end up losing everything, I won't ever forget I had you. Say goodbye, I don't have the strength to let it all end. I would give all and everything if we could mend. All I wanted was you to stay and not disappear. I decided I will follow my heart. Promise yours will always be right near me. Even in the darkest night, I feel your heart. It lights my way. Light my way.
He comes out of the shadows to offer me his blessings. Emerging from the darkness, I pray you hear me bending. I hope you've come to save me from this corrupted body. I've done so much to please you. Please do the same for me. I'm your disciple, you know that's true. Look at everything I've done for you. You're here and there and everywhere. My love and sacrifice I've shared. you may live here, Bandy. The plans of this silly vision have come into fruition. But you've written your own story, and it's like nothing I've ever seen. I've orchestrated music for the episodes of the sick and twisted little children's show, and now I see you everywhere. Sacrifice is all I'll share. Can I get an amen?
Hey yo everybody, what's going on? Happy Thursday everybody! How's everyone doing this wonderful day? This lovely, lovely day. This lovely fall day. Because remember, it's fall now. And it's spooky season. It's gonna be a good time this month. Hello to CB, hello to Neb, hello to Shady. Welcome one, welcome all. Hope you're all ready for some more Ace attorneys. If you like your attorneys to be ace, then you come to the right place. We got them all here. We got them all lined up in the row. They're all at the ready. It's good to be back with Grady's Attorney Chronicles, though, I gotta say. It's been a while since I've been here. Since I have been here. Mostly because of all the stuff that's been going on with me lately, so I'm very excited to get back into game and to remember the fact that my boy Kazuma's dead. He got Mia'd real bad last time. Can't believe he got Mia'd. I think there's a trope now that goes with the Ace Attorney games. If it's the first case and you are BFFs or mentors to the protagonist, you're not gonna survive for long. Buddy, your life's gonna end before you know it. And it's not gonna be pretty. Oh, say hello to your lizard friend for me. Give him a little pet. I have a lizard friend myself, but he's just a little fake guy. But he's around here on my what should I say? On my computer. Pixel Dog, thank you so much for the host. Man, the notifications are coming in wacky. So apologies if like notifications and stream stuff is kind of lacking, because after yesterday when all of Twitch got leaked, after changing a password, I had to go back and reconnect everything that was connected to my Twitch. So things are a little bit rocky still here and there, but everything should be okay. And everything is okay. Like, everything seems to be alright. I hope everybody changed their passwords out there too. I hope you're protecting yourself as well. Yeah, the little lizard, I should say. Hold on. The little lizard friend that I have here on my computer desk, as you can see him, he has his own little treasure as well. He has this gold coin that he protects. I got this from a con for a board game that was being promoted. That was 3 years ago or something. So yeah, he likes to pretend that he's a little dragon protecting his hoard of gold right on my computer stand. I forget, Shady, did you tell us the name of your lizard? Did you tell me the name of your lizard? I feel like you have, but I don't remember. I don't remember it because I'm not good with names, I should say. I'm not good with names at all. Dreepy! Okay, that's cute. Okay, that's really cute, not gonna lie. Dreepy, like the Pokemon! That's really adorable. Also, let me know, guys, if you're able to hear the game audio, and if it's a little bit too loud, or if I'm a little bit too soft, you just let me know. Again, I don't want to be blasting your eardrums out. I can already tell that the chat is being a little bit lagged behind right now, but hopefully things will be able to fix that soon. Okay. Oh, no problem there, Shady. You do what you gotta do. Yeah! Okay, I like this. Wherever you save off, it gives you a nice background of the case that you're working on. I like this. I like this. Oh, man, and we finally get to see who Herlock Sholmes is actually going to be. Hi, welcome to a murder scene, everybody. It's your typical Ace Attorney game coming right at you. Now then, I talked with her about all that happened. So let's examine the scene while we're here. What is this? These are the rules of passage for travel abroad, the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Well, considering that Ryunosuke was stuffed in there like a dog, yeah, you could say Ryunosuke was like a pet. Oh, Susato was reading with me. I didn't even realize that. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you... Oh! I guess I'm not the only one who had the thought in mind. I guess Susato had it as well. I'm sorry. Susato. We'll call her that. Susato. I hate you for that, Shady. I hate you for that. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? You know what he is. You know what he is. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. In the first place. Oh dear. That won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Oh yeah, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Maybe just a little bit. I mean, can you blame the guy? He's been stuffed in a closet for this entire time. His eyesight's gotta be whacked out. I'm sure you're careful to look around using, whatever these buttons are supposed to be, aren't you? I don't know what you mean by buttons, but, yeah, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yeah, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Jeez, I wonder why, my dude. I wonder why. Okay. Well, let's take a look at this good old cabinet where I was stowed away in for a few number of days. Not days, I should say 2 weeks. It's come 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. More like he's shoved in there, where the rest of the clothes are. You know, funny scenario, what if Naruhodo just winds up in Narnia for some reason? Kazuma keeps shoving him in there. He keeps getting buried in clothes. All of a sudden, there's a satyr who's staring right at him in a snowy forest. Where did you go then, Naruhodo? It's like The Lion, the Witch, and the Lawyer. The spin-off to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I think... Oh yeah, I said that already. This game is one of the few that actually uses the touchscreen, so you can actually tap those arrows. Tap arrows. Tap arrows. No, but that's actually really nice. That's nice that they implemented the touchscreen in this. I bet you can also touch it to look at the clues, too. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Secret hideout, secret hideout, secret hideout! No, the secret hideouts, like from, Pokemon games. Ruby and Sapphire. Well, the trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So, yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Oh, you're not the only one, Shady. My boyfriend loves that saying. Okay, fun fact, actually. Fun fact. When you say the line, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch, when I was away this past weekend, we went to a mall just to look around and to have some shits and giggles in. There was a print shop there. A print shop that was able to make t-shirts for you. You brought in certain prints. And on full display, right in the front of the store, on one of the mannequins, it was a red t-shirt, mind you, and it said, "The Lion, the Witch, and the Audacity of this bitch" on it. So I had to take a picture of it, because I could not believe that a storefront inside of a mall would put that on display in the front of their store. What's up, Em? I see you're here for some lawyer fun times, and for murder. Can't forget the murder. Like, this game is a special with murder. What do you mean you gotta get the putus out of the oven? What, is the heavy in there? Putus, putus, putus? The heavy in an oven. Cook it well. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No! Sadly not. Unless, the man could have X-ray vision and see through the wooden doors. Okay, let's get back over here to this. Scuff marks. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Did you break his nice vase? Mr. Murderer, did you break his nice vase? How dare you? The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netscape fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? I mean, he is your best friend, Ryunosuke. I think you two are close enough to know each other that well. And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yeah, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Don't tell me Kazuma got bricked. Kazuma, did you tell a bad joke and then someone bricked you too hard over the head? Is that what happened? Is that how you died? By the joke? The funny haha? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Let's check on the bookshelf here. The books have fallen over on the shelf, look! They've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. Did someone not return their book to the library before going to England? Tisk tisk Kazuma. An overdue library book and it gets him killed. I wonder if... Perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training. Do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san? In a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. What, not to make the whole crime scene look authentic? Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case? I wonder. Whoa, we have a closer examination! Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Wait, there's vile evidence! There's precious evidence in there! Now your fingerprints all over it! Okay, how about this man? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me? Man who can topple me over with one single throw? What the? I was wondering how it's going! The investigation, I mean. You're not running along with me. I'm just asking a question here, Mr. Sailorman. Please. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Too funny for me. I am heavy weapons guy. You do not touch Sasha. She is precious to me. Oh, it was supposed to be a joke. I was not doing a funny ha laugh. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I had to keep trying. So, Mr. Sailorman, last night, did you notice anything, I don't know, out of the ordinary at all? Or are you just going to stare right through my soul like you're doing right now? Niet! Of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. A little flustered, he says. Alright, how about the good old sword here? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. You know, I really hope that Kazuma named the sword too. What if he named it after Naruhodo? Name it after your best friend in the whole entire world, who sticks by your side through thick and thin and will always be there for you. I bet he named it Naruhodo Jr. Or Naruhodo II. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring in on this ship. On this trip, I should say. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. I'll wrangle him down from heaven if I must. Now what is this? Is it like a chicken bone or something? Oh, that's my dinner from last night. Roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? You know, like a dog does? Like a pet does? Or something? You've been thinking on streaming some Switch games on Twitch for charity for that late friend. Thing is, I haven't ever streamed before. Didn't it? Any tips to start up? Oh, that's a good question you got there, Nav. That's a real good question. Trying to remember back to my first early days of being on Twitch. Here's the one thing I can say though: if you don't want to go fancy with the settings, with your layout or whatnot, don't do it. Like, you see that all I got here, like the stream chat, all of this. I I worked up to get to this point. So you can start out with like a nice layout, nice scenes, like some emotes, your sound alerts, stuff like that to get interactive with your audience. But it's not a necessity. I know there's not a lot of Twitch streamers who go big with like the graphics on their screen or with the layout. They just simply have the camera there, they have a stream chat, and they have the game up front. Sometimes people like that. A lot of people actually like that better than having a whole stream layout with distractions and whatnot. But that's a personal preference as well. So, that's one thing I could say. Another thing I have to say is, as a beginning streamer, don't expect a lot of people to come to your streams at first. You're new, you're starting off. You're not gonna have the big numbers like you do the big Twitch streamers. You're not gonna have like the hundreds of thousands of viewers on there. You usually start off small with a very small number. And that's okay. That's how every streamer starts. I should say, that's how 90% of Twitch streamers starts. It's very, very small, and you work your way up the ladder to get to a certain point. You also that's the way that you build up a community. The people who like having you around, the people who like your personality. You want to be natural in your streams. Other than that, what else can I say? I would also say, stream the games that you want to stream. Not what's popular, not what people are liking. Stream the games that you enjoy, that you want to show people, and that you want to play. Otherwise, if you're following it with the crowd, you may not have a good time with it. So just have fun. Just have fun with it. Do the things that you want to do on your stream. And if people come in and if people chat along with you and you get your follows, that's good. You just gotta literally be yourself. Be yourself for your audience. Don't be a faker. That's pretty much that's pretty much what I told other streamers as well. Like, I know when my boyfriend started out, I was giving him tips like this as well. And it really, really helps. It really does. When you just have the mindset of playing a game just for the fun of it. Literally. That's what streaming is. You sit down, you sit in front of a computer, or a console, or a TV, you stream a game, and you just comment on it. It's like you're doing your own live Let's Play. And it's kind of like you're talking to yourself sometimes, too. That's another thing. You gotta be comfortable talking to yourself as well. Otherwise, again, it's not gonna be fun for you. You've been looking into tech stuff as well. Any necessities? Oh, yes. Necessities for tech stuff. You need a capture card. And you need a device that lets you stream from consoles onto your computer. I have an Elgato game capture, and I've been using that ever since I started streaming. Solid piece of tech. So I would highly recommend going for the Elgato game capture device. If you want to stream on things like the Switch or PlayStation or on Xbox. When it's PC, you don't really have to worry about that. Just make sure you have a capture card in with your PC. And then the second thing you want to have is you need to have your actual, what do I want to say? Streaming, what do you call it? Like your streaming, I keep thinking streaming service, but it's not streaming service. But, Streamlabs. That's what I was saying. Thank you. You want to have the actual program that lets you stream. So you can do Streamlabs OBS, you can do regular OBS, you can do XSplit. There's a lot of programs out there that lets you help stream. For me, I use Streamlabs OBS. I've been using that ever since I started streaming, and it's a fairly easy program to understand. Not to mention, it's pretty nice in the fact that you can easily add scenes and sources into your program, and just work around it really, really well. As for other tech stuff, I say yeah. Those are pretty much the bare essentials that you need. Oh, and a microphone. You're gonna need a decent microphone as well. This microphone that I've been running with for a few years definitely needs an upgrade. It's getting really, really bad, and I've had this for like seven years now, I think. So I know I'm due for an upgrade in that department. But you want to make sure you have a good mic on you too. Not like the really, really fancy $100 ones. You could do something like something that I have, which is a USB mic. You could start off with that. Or if you have a gaming headset as well. A gaming headset with a little speaker on it, you could do that too. Now, the webcam is optional, I will say. You don't necessarily need the webcam. If you don't want to broadcast yourself in front of other people, you could just do no webcam at all. And just have the game be in front of you while you stream. But yeah, that's probably the bare essentials that you need to get started with streaming, I would say. Your capture card, your gaming device, your gaming devices, your streaming program, and a mic. That's pretty much. Welcome back, Gam. Oh yeah, CB's very right on that. If you want to start off with streaming or even voice recording, a good starting microphone is the Snowball mics. They're very, very good. And then guys, if you want to keep doing the streaming or keep doing voice recording, over the years, upgrade your tech. Your headphone mic is supposed to be good, but you've been informed it sounds a little not so good. I mean, I've heard you in Discord calls, and I will say, it's not too well, I want to say. It does the job for what it needs to do, but it's not, like, good quality. That's what I'll say, Shady. That's what I'll say. Two popular streamers literally stream without a webcam most of the time. Yeah. Yeah. Take, for example, I watch Shenpai. She doesn't need a webcam. She just streams what she wants to stream. So, webcam's always optional, but those four things, the mic, the capture card, the game device, and the streaming program. Literally, those four things are what you really need to get started in streaming. Thank you for the questions, though, Ned. If you have any more questions about anything like that, or if anybody else has questions about streaming like that, feel free to ask me. I would love to talk to you about that. I love talking about streaming. Streaming has been such a great hobby for me these past 3 years? 3 or 4 years that I've been streaming. It's been a while. It's been a long time that I've been streaming. I'm sorry I've been waiting on you, Susato. I just had to do a whole 5-minute explanation. But did you eat it? Oh yeah, did you eat it on the floor like the dog you are, Ryunosuke? I'm not a dog, Susanoo-san. I ate at the table, of course. When am I not a nerd? I am a nerd every single day of my life, 24/7, 365 days a year. And that's on brand, baby. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. That's a good question. And why is it only one bone? There should be several other bones on there. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean you killed him with the chicken? Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? Damn! Did he die of hunger? And murder? It's just too horrible. Oh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. I do owe you a hangout, Em. We definitely need to do that. I highly, highly agree. You found me out back when I started streaming Bendy. Which was 2018, I want to say? 2018? 2017. I think it was more late 2017 that I started streaming. My god, it's been that long. Alright, let's check out this table. There's nothing on this table at all. Excuse me. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes! It's strange. Did you say most people know you were via... Did you say most people you know were via streaming and stuff? I do know some people via streaming. Yes. I've gotten to befriend some fellow small streamers since I started, and it's very, very nice. It's very nice being a part of their communities. We all kind of intersect together. It's really, really sweet. That too, yes. I knew a lot of people online. Probably since my days in college. Take, for example, Em here. I got to meet her through MSA. Isn't that right, Em? And we've been best friends since 2015. Last night, when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. Now, wait a minute. Wait, my brain cell's working. What is it? It's funny, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Not that at all. You have known me for too long. But I will say you have not known me for as long as Elliot has. Elliot has known me since 2013. And I'm still living with the boy to this day. Sloth, I should say. He's a sloth boy. Seigi. The Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true. Just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at these characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Why am I sweating right now? Dab, dab, dab. Even though you stowed away on this ship? Okay, but that wasn't my choice. That was Kazuma's choice. I think so too as well, Neb. I think so too as well. Now, I will say, the majority of people that I've met are through college, through online, and through streams. Those are the three outlets that I've met all my friends. Straight and true, just like Kazuma. I think there's some misinformation there too as well, Ryunosuke. Not the true part. Just the other thing. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. I can't win with her around. Okay, we checked there already. We checked down there. Did I check the knife? Okay, okay, so the knife is included with the plate. I can't believe Ryunosuke ate his chicken on the floor like a feral animal. You know, it's okay, Ryunosuke. If you have feral energy inside of you, I'm down for that. I'm all down. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Please don't ask me how I fit in there, because it's a very long story that I don't want to get into. Yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. I'm glad you think of me having solid friend energies, Shady. Thank you. I do my best to bring positivity to everybody I come and meet. And act goofy in the process, because that's just who I am. It's like I told you, and like I told several other people. I am the extrovert that adopts all the introverts around me. And for some reason, all the introverts just like having me around. I don't know why. I usually just suck the energy out of them. I was turned over and 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 hold on, I'm gonna be sick, so it's not so and then I was tossed to the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. I mean, if you want to talk about romance in this aspect, Kazuma hasn't really realized that yet. Maybe. Or maybe he did, and he just didn't want to tell me. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. That's for sure. Now what about this? Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. A pepus! A pipus! Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? Hate to break it to you, but if he hasn't, he never will indeed. Maybe that's what he wanted to tell me. Partner, I have a burning, passionate love for you that will definitely cause a scandal in these times of Japan. So I'm not going to tell this to you and actually wait till we're on the boat, but actually I can't anymore because now I'm dead. I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Was he rushing to get those words out? A confession of love? Perhaps. Was he rushing to write the words out on the wooden floor? That as well too. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Alright, so that's been checked. That's been checked. What's over here? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whatever he was writing. Of course I did! But did you think I was going to recognize it, CB? No! But I will now for you. You, the pun master of every single stream, that you come in, you make me use this every single stream, and you know what? For that, I am grateful for you, CB. I should literally just write your name on this. Property of CB, the pun master. I just should write your name on this, CB. This literally belongs to you. Not the ears, not the ears, Shady. Not the ears. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Oh my god, yes! His diary! The last thing that he put in his diary before his tragic, tragic death fell upon him. Both of you here are like absolute. You two in particular, when you both are in here, I will never escape puns. I will never escape them. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya, oh. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it has something with me in there? What if he has something written in about his feelings about me? I just want to know, Susanoo. I just want to know. How does Kazuma-sama really feel about me? What if his last words were about Naruhodo? Dear diary, you should have seen the way that Naruhodo was eating his chicken today. Oh, it was marvelous. He was scuffing it down like a hungry pig. He almost choked on a bone, and I laughed at him. And then I made sure he didn't die and decided to do the Heimlich maneuver. We got the bone out of his throat. And again, we had a great laugh afterwards. Ah, diary. If only you could feel these feelings that I'm feeling right now. Love. Mostly love. Admiration. Affection. Maybe I should ask Naruhodo-san on a die! Before he finishes it dead. Kazuma, that sounds gay indeed. If you wrote an entry like that, just saying. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? No. Alright. I won't read it. I like how Susanoo has the equivalent of a Maka chop. If you guys don't know Soul Eater, Maka from the anime has a special move where she literally chops people with a book on the head. It's great. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Well, I'll be able to get in there, I guess. Now then, let's check around. We got that. What about this? I too love Kazuma M, and I am very, very sad that he is now dead. I only saw him for fleeting moments. And for those fleeting moments, my heart was lit with a burning fire for how pretty he was. This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. There's only one boat. There's not a fleet. If only. If only. I'm gonna threaten this again, I swear, every time. Kazuming to get some of that Naruto, maybe? I don't know. Maybe he was. We'll never know, though, because we can't look at his diary. Really? That sounds almost magical. Are you sure about that, Naruhodo? Shall we give it a little try? Yes, in the interest of cultural research, obviously. Ting ting! Hey! We got a raid coming in, everybody! Welcome one, welcome all! Yo, let me give you a nice little shout out here. That actually was definitely perfectly timed, I gotta say. I definitely gotta say that. Like, hot damn. Well, welcome everybody from, MK... Makaz, I want to say? Makaz side of things. Welcome one, welcome all. We're playing some great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're on case number 2. Thank you to everybody who has come and stopped by. You're more than welcome to stick around, chat along, lurk about. We're getting into the heat of things now. We just experienced a murder. And I forgot to put in... Wow. Yeah. I forgot to put in my name here as well. Oh my god. So that's why chat's been acting weird? Okay. There we go. Now things should be a little bit better. Things should be a little bit better now that I'm logged in. Sorry about this, guys. Like I said, after the whole password change, literally trying to put everything back in order on my Twitch has been a bit of a nightmare, I have to say. It really, really has. But everything should be okay now. So, now that I am actually properly logged in, let me give you a nice little shout out there. Alright, let's give a proper shout out here to Mika Fi. I think it's, is it MK Fi or Mika? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. Unless my thing isn't working. Shout out. MK Fi. MK Fi. Got it. Got it memorized, I should say. Well, thank you once again, MKF, for the raid. And hey, guys, if you want to go check out MKF, see what they got going on, go right ahead. Oh, and you're playing the second game right now. Very nice. Very, very nice. I gotta say, I've been enjoying the first game so far, even though I'm just in the beginning. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Okay. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No. I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. That's all. Sure, everyone's busy. We're gonna go with that. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it's called, and that's what it is, it looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. Hello, sir? Sir, what are you doing? Can I help you? Why are you on the desk like that? I thought I couldn't look through the diary, but he's allowed to? Just because he has a fancy bag and a fancy hat? Well, sheesh! Alright, you're on your own, guys. This investigator's gonna be out. I can't look at the diary, but this awkward man's going to do it. Who's that? And why is he laying on top of the desk? He wasn't there a minute ago. I need a screen cap of this. He looks so stupid. It's literally like it looks like he was hiding inside the desk. Like the top portion there was folded up, like folded into himself, and he just pulled it out like this with him as well. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he? You know, I don't want to know either. You've noticed the man too, have you? You noticed how he's just, casually sitting on the desk as if this is a normal thing he does? I've no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Okay, but how tall are we talking here? Does anybody have an accurate height count for Herlock Sholmes? I need to know this for science purposes. Yes! Naruhodo-san! Don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? No, I don't! Well... No, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. In fact, I think Kazuma was my only friend. And now he's dead. So no, I don't have any friends anymore. Huh, that makes me kind of lonely. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. What, that he's standing there like that? Menacingly? I would also like to place my bets that he is at least 6 foot even. He's gotta be. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk? Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Or is he sniffing the wood? Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susanoo-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you use this random button here on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll give that suspiciously tall, handsome, I don't know why I said that, suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights, and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Hi, buddy boy. What you doing over there? Having a hangout session, huh? Excuse me. Sir? Excuse me! Do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. You're sniffing the wood, sir. How is that critical? Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Never mind! Hi! Greetings! I couldn't even get enough to say that. Don't spook me like that, my boy! Oh! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? And may I reiterate, why were you on top of it? Can you please explain that to me, Mr. Goggleman? Yo, I'm digging the piano, though. I'm digging the piano. Sir, why are you studying me with your goggles? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What? What do you see? Looks like he's looking right through me. Oh, yes! Everything is clear now. Yeah? The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently. Returned, if I'm not mistaken. No, you're right, though. This guy be looking like a steampunk aesthetic. I love the goggles, though. Also, what do you mean by Afghanistan? Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh! Well, that's true at least. But how? You have a pipe! Of course you have a pipe! You need to fit the entire aesthetic! How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps it was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Imagine Herlock Sholmes, Akechi, and Naruto teaming up together. A detective team for the ages! Although, I don't know. Something about Herlock Sholmes here is giving me vibes that he doesn't know too much. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course! A great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about right now. I feel like he's just pulling stuff out of his ass. How do you perceive me as being a Russian? You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. What are you talking about, my dude? Imagine having one of those pipes but using it like a straw in a drink, please. Use it in one of the thick milkshakes that you get at fast food places. I'd love to use that. Like, holy hell, yes. Please. I'll get more ice cream in my guzzle that way. And when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life, too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. 2 eyes or 4 eyes is the question. I imagine Naruhodo's just like, what is this idiot talking about right now? He is just blathering and blathering. Just to be clear, you are talking about me. Are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? If you move your body, I can look at the Russian sailor behind you, maybe. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's... Oh. Hiya! There goes the Susato takeover. Susato takedown, I should say. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Can you stop throwing me around, Susato? How could you? For pity's sake, open your eyes! I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously! Look at this face. Look at this pretty face that I have. Do you think someone this cute and this pretty and innocent and puppy-like would start a revolution? No, I'm not. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, Mr. Four Eyes, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Like you were pulling it right out of your ass. And stop doing that stupid pose! Even though I kind of find it endearing. This is how Naoto perceives the investigation team before her awakening. Truth! I believe it. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes. Maybe. Ha ha! There you have it, you see? What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed! An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. He thinks he's right, Chad. He thinks he's right. I don't think you introduced yourself, by the way. I'm seeing you more as the troubling man who doesn't know how to sit properly. And who likes to lie down on desks and read other people's diaries. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. Oh, the goggles are off. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable... Wait, nope. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. Why does he have to have a pretty face? Why does he have to have a pretty face, guys? Why does he have to have a pretty face? So, it's really you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same. The inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? That was a pretty good timed objection there too, Neb, not gonna lie. The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Okay, what planet have I been living on then, since I've never heard of him? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Hi. Kazuma's death. We'll go with that one first. So, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? Ha! My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Okay, alright. I'll give you that. He tips his hat like that, but it's not the milady pose. So that already gives him points. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him! When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Holmes was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Are they right, or are they not? So, Mr. Great Detective... Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're... German? Sherlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Holmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Sure. Taken from what appears to be the Randist magazine. Oh yes, Randist magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am, he says enthusiastically. And you read so many of your own stories, you started to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest attempt. You know what I should do for this? I should do this with the kazoo. Like detective, like amateur. My trustworthy biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Ah, so, her is pronounced like hair in German. So it's more like air. Interesting. Cool little fact of the day. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I have been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. You know what? I will go put on the Naruto hat. And you know what I'll also get? I'll also get something else that I believe I have with me as well. Scratch that idea. I thought I had them, but I don't. Oh. To be honest with you, CB, I would love love dressing up as him, not gonna lie. But his outfit looks a bit complicated. Not gonna lie, just a bit. But if I do put him on the list, that's gonna be a back order, I should say. Because I have a growing list of cosplays that I need to complete, already getting longer as is. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to be a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. Data. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. It would look a little bit heavy, but I love it a lot. Long coats, belts, satchels, the hat, the glasses, the goggles. I'd be all for this. This is something I would totally wear as a cosplay. Not gonna lie. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As he says with another flick of his hat. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Okay, sure. We'll do it that way, my man. We'll do it that way. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. But what were they, is what I'm getting at here. Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. I gotta say, the impression and the voice that I'm giving for Sholmes right now is really bringing out the energy in me. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, even though I'm not holding up a second figure, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Yeah, the one that says Pog at the end of it? Yes. Whatever that says, because I will not read it and butcher Russian. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? I see tadpole in it as well, Sadie. I see tadpole in it as well, not gonna lie. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderobe, maybe the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. Or Robert Grade. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so! I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer! Why is it that I'm Russian too? Tadpole, tadpog, tadpolog, tadpolog. A combination of both. We'll make it that. I observed what you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Are school uniforms the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Combine this song with the Spamton Now's Your Time for Be a Big Shot. The chaos that would rot. The chaotic vibes it would give off. I'm sure it exists somewhere out there. Like, absolutely sure. If you look up on YouTube, I bet it's there. I bet it's there. I can just imagine how chaotic it would be, though. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Ah, Kazuma, my love. Your headband's off! Kazuma, my love! This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Dead! That's a first for literally everybody here, Naruhodo. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I'm not tearing up or anything like that, yes. I'm okay. Thanks there, Sasato. The Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink, it would appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that, it actually doesn't exist? Shame. Someone out there has to make it, and you know what? I might know a person who could do just that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Koheyo! That's how I see it as. Certainly, if it interests you. You're going to slam dunk this man's face into whatever roasted potato Tumblr uses for their servers. He fit in great on that site. But would Herlock Sholmes be a Tumblr sexy man? Would he? How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. You can always try Rave DJ and see if it makes something relevant. That's true. You could try Rave DJ and see if it looks, if it combines well. But but the friend in question is both a fan of Deltarune and a fan of Great Ace Attorney. Not to mention, he does do audio. So I might have to consult him afterwards about a little something something. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Now the famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the fact that I'm a merciless Russian revolutionary, and an assassin of 16 part, and that I killed people, and that I'm Russian, stuff like that. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary oh god. Vilan Borshevsky. Revolutionary Vilan Borshevsky. Borshevsky. Bolshevik. That's more like it. Vilan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian again? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded that he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. I don't know why I keep saying it that way. Villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Do you think I have a beard? As magnificent as that? Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, I say with a hand motion, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please someone take this guy away from me! And, might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also, quite clearly stated in here in the article. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is that anyway? Don't you know your map, Ryunosuke? Unless they're not teaching that in your schools at the time. This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you, yes, I shall grab it with my cuffed hands, and, try to stuff it in my pocket with my cuffed hands, Mr. Sholmes. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. I'll check that one out later. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to just glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two? Okay. I'll take a look. What's on the back? Huh. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? Oh, she's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Oh, I'm so glad that you come and interrupted here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah, he did it again! He replaced my bust with his bust. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novenvich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. I love him already. I love him already from looks alone. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? Rubles? I haven't the faintest idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. So Zato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novenvich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports, with sailings to Great Britain. Rubles, got it. I also do love the fact that he thinks I'm Russian, but I still need an interpreter as well. CB. Lamp oil, rope, bombs. You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubles. I really, really like the Sherlock Sholmes thing that I have. Really, really like that. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Article about the ballerina has been entered into the court. It's very pretty, I have to say. So let's take a look at this guy while we're at it. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. They be Russian to get out of there. So 20,000 rubles comes out to about close to $300 in 300 United States dollars. That still ain't cheap. Not by a long shot. $300? Yeah, that's still pretty expensive. But you're also right. That is today's currency. Who knows how much it could have been back then? If it was from back then, it would be worth a lot more, I would say. Maybe like the thousands. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us this before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright. Wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Shones. No, it's not. Not in the slightest. Alright. That seems to be it. For that... Can I look at anything else while I'm around here? This says keep out. You drew the characters for this paper seal, didn't you, Naruhodo-san? They're such bold, vivid strokes you made. You're looking at a man who came abroad inside a trunk. Those brush strokes needed to make a statement. If they found me in that wardrobe, those Russians would have hurled me into the freezing cold ocean. I'm sure none of the crewmen would have done anything like that. Well, I'm not so sure. But they would have forced you to wash dishes in the galley until you were on death's door, or something like that. Wash dishes until I was on death's door? That's a lot of dishes. That is a lot of dishes. So, Holmes, what were you investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? If you had that kind of money, you could get a burger. Or half a burger. Or even shady, if you had that money, you could get 2 burgers. 2 burgers. Think about that. How wild that is. A whole 2 burgers with extra cheese and extra pickles. As well. Add in some spicy Cajun fries, too. Man, now I want Five Guys now that I said that. I shouldn't have said that. I want a burger. I want a Five Guys burger now. Observe, for a moment, the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. That's my man Kazuma's theme I'm hearing! London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But... I don't think you should read his private writings. It could, you know, upset people. Like Susato. Tragic, he says. Globos, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the party! Apologies if the follower alerts are off. I still have them off because I'm not too certain Twitch has really done anything about those bots. So the alerts have been, the followers especially, have just been kind of off for the time. I might put them back in next week, but it depends on what Twitch is going to do about the bots. But thank you so much for joining. I hope you're having a good night. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? Tip of the hat. It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. She's not gonna do it, is she? Not for the great Herlock Sholmes. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair sometimes. I just wanted to read his journal. But then I knew my world upside down. Meanwhile, this man doesn't even get it! So we talking like 100 years ago this one taking place. Interesting. Very interesting. Hello there, John. Welcome to chat. Hope you're having a good night, man. Anyways, to return to the matter at hand. namely, this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. No, not in the slightest. But this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. That's precious. That's precious. He throws his head back in laughter. That's precious. So what was all that showing up about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. It's like that white guy who reads it. It reminds me of a Vine, to be honest with you, Lobos. It reminds me of a Vine in particular that has that kind of energy to it. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Was he poisoned by something? And then he just wound up dead? That's my guess here. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Before his death, he spied what appeared to be a speckled band. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have to go somewhere? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. Are you gonna actually learn Japanese then? Or no? The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Well, confirmed. Herlock Sholmes gets seasickness. Buddy, why are you on a boat then? I mean, I get why you are on specifically, but better be careful while you're on here, my dude. You know, have a vomit bag on you or something, just in case. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Hey, before you go and do that, Mr. Sholmes, do you think perhaps that we can go with you over there and help? Yeah, with no autopsy in this area, you're not gonna find out if he actually died of poisoning or died of something else. But it sounds like, in what I remember from the last time I streamed, there was something about a snake at the beginning of this trial. I should say this case. The beginning of this case. So I'm wondering, the snake came in here, bit Cosma, and then Cosma straight up died. Which is really, really sad, because if you get bit by a snake, and it's a... Let me get my words right here. I know there's a difference when it comes to poisonous and when it comes to venomous. One is more if you do get bit by it, it is a nasty death you can experience. And the other one is something else. I can't remember which is which. In today's money, the crown would be worth somewhere between 5,000 USD to 15 to 16,000. Hot damn. There we go. Yes. There we go. Thank you for that, CB. Venomous to poisonous. There's your difference there. So who in the hell had a venomous snake on this here cabin? How did it get through customs? Nah, customs doesn't exist at this point. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrists should reveal the answer. Oh. These. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Wait a second, you're right. He didn't call us a culprit. You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Okay, my memory must be shit then too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. Yeah, you know, it's kind of why you cuffed me, just saying. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. You look too much of like a puppy. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Then why the F you cuffed me up, dude? So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, in any case, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean that was then, this is now? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Sir. Sir. I love what you said. Oh my god. Japanese. That, okay, you know what? I gotta give that to when you there. I gotta give that to you, CB. That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one. He doesn't want to speak Japanese. He's just looking at your Japanese. By the way, your knees must be nice that he's looking at them there, Naruhodo. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Huh? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Oh. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate, like Mr. Sholmes said? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. This poor man has been taken down 3 times already in one day. In the span of a half hour. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining, then we can, in this cabin, let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin. There we go. While we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Ryunosuke needs a whole 2 weeks off. What are you talking about? Ryunosuke needs a day off. He's been falsely accused of murder twice. In the span of 2 weeks at that. He needs a vacation is what he needs. Or like a spring break since he's in school right now. Or a nap. I feel like he needs a nap, too. Okay, is there anything else I can look at over here? So we looked at that. That's been cleared. That's been cleared. Oh, the bed. The bed. We looked at you. We looked over here. That's been taken care of. That's been taken care of. And so has that. I tried talking to you already and won't work for you. I looked at that, looked at that. Looked over there, looked at this. I'm wondering if, can I try talking to you again? Let's see. Oh, I have to ask him to go out. I see. Ghost Kazuma watching this with some ghost popcorn like it's a sitcom. That and he's crying over his boy Naruhodo. Like, I'm so sorry I got you into this. I'm so sorry I got you into this. Please, in the afterlife, I'm going to repeat to you 1,000,000 times how I'm sorry I am. Would you mind if I investigated a little outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape? Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. Niet! You stay in this cabin until next port. Then it is up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. There's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. Alright, well, I think that's all we can... That's all we can get here. So can we move? Thanks to that so-called detective, I'm even more stuck inside this cabin than I was before! For the time being, I suppose I'll just have to focus my efforts on investigating in here. Is there something that I missed? Oh, I must have missed the actual door. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin. That's for sure. I don't trust that sailor man at all, either. He's too... big-shouldered. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. So why do you keep glaring at me like that? I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Wait a second. If those glasses look familiar like they do... Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. I know you. If you're who I think you are. Is that? Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Listen, if this guy who keeps coughing up blood comes back for each case, I'm going to be so incredibly happy. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Oh my god, I'm so happy to see him. How are you on this boat, my dude? I recognize that face. But it can't be. It is! You can tell by the blood dribble out of his mouth. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. I love that this man has come back again. My dude, you don't have to keep holding it like that. You don't have a towel. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. I am so happy that Hosonaga is back. I loved him so much in the first case, and I thought he was just going to be a first case character. But no! He's come back, and I'm so happy to see him here. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Someone get this man some cough drops. I think he needs more than cough drops, Lobos. More like a doctor. And some water, too. Gotta wash down the cough drops with some water. Sir, you're gonna get blood and cough up blood all over the crime scene. I don't think that's a good idea, my dude. But that's just me. You know, I'm just a lowly law student. What can I say of any importance? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Get him a vampire boyfriend. Oh yeah, vampire boyfriend. As soon as he coughs like that, you just be over there licking that stuff up off his cheek. May I converse with you? Yes, I may. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Those are classified. That's classified information, as you can tell by my anime glasses. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Oh! It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinate? How could that even have been have that been a possibility? I'm not sure. Okay, who's targeting the girl? Why do they want her dead? But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? I didn't put two and two together now. I forgot his last name is Asogi. Oh! Okay. So, the boy could have been targeted for an assassination simply by being an overseas law student. Well then, this has gotten a little bit more tense, I have to say. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. His hand that had blood on it. My blood specifically. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. You know, good point there though, Shady. The whole assassination thing now does kind of make the other guard do a little bit more suspicious. Those big blue eyes of his, looking at Kazuma every time he entered his room. Yeah. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night. Every day. I even was in here, sometimes watching him sleep, making sure nobody killed him while he slept, and dreamed about a certain boy. He kept mumbling about a boy in his dreams. I don't know what that was about. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. Damn. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So, if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. Can I go out and investigate? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! Why would I kill my best friend? We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What now? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. And his back. And his legs. And his arms. And literally his whole entire body. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Yes, they do. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. No more dying. No more dying. No. Hosonaga, I like you too. I like you too, Hosonaga, so don't you die on me. I had one boy die, and now there's two that I don't want to die. And you're one of them. But I don't see how... There may be a way. Wait, what? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select this certain panel, I don't know why I'm saying this to you, and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yeah. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Okay. Let's see, the Russian for wardrobe. The headline reads, Revolutionary Villain, Bolshevik, police Russia. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novanich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. I feel like it's one of these. Flees Russia via Shanghai. You know what? Maybe this one. Maybe it's that one. That wasn't it. I'm gonna go with this one. I think this will do. Can I show you this newspaper, Inspector? I'm sorry, but I can't read Russian very well. Oh no, that's alright. I know what it says. So you just wanted to point out your university level in linguistic talents, is that it? Sorry? Nothing like me with my regular schooling. You're something much greater. Is that what you were trying to say? Sorry, forget I mentioned it. Okay, so it's not that. I thought it would be because, alright, I guess that didn't work. Victim's final moments. Maybe the diary? Because there was something coming out of the vent. I think it's a diary, because the music cut out. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right! So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. You'll do it for me, Inspector! I knew you had my back. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? No, everything is fine. I'm a man of my word, after all. And blood. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line, if that's what it means and takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogagi-san safe. This is the least I can do.
Thank you! Let's seize the moment then, Naruhara-san.
Let's move! It was good to see you, Inspector. Thank you so much. I'm glad you didn't die or nothing bad happened to you. I'm glad to see you're safe. Ooh. Hey, hey, hey! We're outside the cabins! It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. My God, it's early. For me, at least. Whew. Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on his study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? Well, that must be awful. Yeah, those poor, underclassmen. Yeah. Probably very tiny space that they're, keeping in right now. Oh, good God. Hello, sir. Are you friends with the guard that we just saw on the inside? That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Like people in handcuffs, Ryunosuke.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. You can put 2 and 2 together and figure out that this is the most space that I've ever been in for the past 2 weeks.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please, don't give me that pitying look. I don't need it. Now then, what can we get around here? This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows each deck, look.
Burya is a large-scale steamship.
Oh, that's right, they're on a steamship!
With a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan.
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
I mean, we can go into a little bit more scientific explanation here, but that's for another time. Well, I suppose so. Now then, what's the ship's protocol over here? That's a huge book on the top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? It's not a ship log. It's a diary. It's a diary that all the crewmen write in. Let's look at the crewmen's deepest, darkest secrets, everybody. I'm sure Susato won't take us down for that.
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Or maybe so. I don't want him to come over here and knock me in the face. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Sure. Nothing to report. Hello? I'm going to talk to this big burly man who could easily chop me in half with one of his hands. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it?
All right, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class ladies' maid? Wow! We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor! My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganov. You're not You don't look like any noodle boy to me, that's for sure. What's your favorite dish, then? May I ask, Biff? Does it happen to be called beef stroganoff? Huh? Does it happen to be called that? Does it happen to be called that? I'm just curious, that's all. I'm just curious. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Bureau steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I wanted to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you?
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Ah! That's what I think it says. Susato-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
Genius! I have such smart people surrounding me, says Ryunosuke. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Oh. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Tantalizing, you say, yes? Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Sugi's? No, I just want you to look at my impressive chests and boobies. Because I don't know if you see it, guys, but this man has well curves on his chest. His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the matter of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Well, that was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is none of your business. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
Bah! That is not your business, though. Okay, then tell me about last night, my dude. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Bah! All time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy from Far East Island. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you not notice anything at the time? Anything, unusual? Hieta! Shit, I fired him up, guys. He's gonna punch me square in my nose. My nose is gonna be broken after this. Probably my entire face is going to be broken. Susato-san? Did you understand that?
It was clearly a
No! I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! And yet you looked away from me. Why did you look away? Sorry, please don't punch me! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. What are these secrets being hidden among these sailor men? This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes. Alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yeah, I understand. Oh yeah, Neb, his last name's Stroganov and his first name is Biff. Biff Stroganov. Gotta love your Ace Attorney puns.
good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely.
Alright, What else can we got around here? Okay, so we looked at the ship protocol. At least outside. We looked over there. So let's see over here. There's a bell! What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Touch! You tell me not to touch something, Susato, but I will touch it no matter what. Because I must. Oh man, I'm gonna need to get some more water soon. I'm all done. Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see!
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it!
Touch! No, touch it, Naruhodo. Go over there and touch it. You know in your heart that you want to be touched by it. But this is an emergency. Just look at these handcuffs. I'm gonna get scrapes in here.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. Susato, get me out of the cuffs. I'm an innocent boy. I know, it's literally like Susato needs to follow around Naruhodo for the entire day, just so he doesn't get himself into a worst possible situation. He touches an alarm bell, slap the hand away. He's going to touch that mouse trap over there that's on the floor, slap the hand away. Do not eat food off the floor, Naruhodo, no matter how delicious it looks. That is a funky little mouse trap over there too, not gonna lie.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Okay, so I can make myself look foolish. Good. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I'm okay with that.
Ah, trap for catching mice.
Yes! We have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. I'm glad that you got my reference, Neb. He's Patrick Starlight going, wait, Jeffrey Jellyfish, I got to touch you! And now it only hurts when you touch this giant welt on this man's face. Oh! Touch! God, that was a good episode of SpongeBob, though. I loved that one.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. These people haven't eaten cheese? What? Really? No cheese. You guys are missing out, let me tell you. Cheese is one of the best things that you could ever eat. They're missing out on just there needs to be a meme now, Shady. Now that you said that. There needs to be a meme now where it's like, our ancestors back then. Oh, cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. That's quite a delicious concoction that people have thought of. I wonder what you could put it on. People nowadays shoves a 4-pound block of cheese in their mouth. The lactose intolerance is going to bite me back in no time. That needs to be a meme. That needs to be a meme. Oh my god, I can't believe though. I didn't have cheese back then. Jeez.
You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But I suppose you're right. They probably thought it was too cheesy. Or you know what's even better? You know what's even better? You have the ancestors being fascinated by cheese. And then you have the meme of, hey, it's 3 a.m. Time to go downstairs, go in the fridge, and eat string cheese straight from the bag. Because I know that's a meme, too. Oh, Lobos, I'm so sorry for that. But hey, as long as you can find a way to deal with your lactose intolerance and enjoy cheese, you do you, my man. You do you. I could not live without cheese, milk, or ice cream in my life. I think I mentioned this on an earlier stream, but I may have a slight lactose intolerance to some dairy products, which is kind of nice that I'm not fully lactose intolerant. It's not bad to a point that I need to take something for it, but I know I'm a little bit iffy on some dairy products. Some stuff, not everything. That's what happens when you get older.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
No, I totally was not going to eat the cheese from that trap, no.
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers.
You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. It's enough to make a man go mad with hunger. Don't eat the mice too, Ryunosuke.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
A little? It better be a big snack for him. Okay, we got the bell. We got the cheese. We got this. We got that. We already looked at the door. I think that's it for around here, then. Yeah, the light. We don't want to go back in there. We checked you, So, I guess let's go on the next one. This is it, Ryunosuke. The final battle. The duel that everyone's been waiting for. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Bang, bang into the room. I have some questions, bang, bang, all over you. So come and answer. No response.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying! Ah! 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 The screams. Oh no, Sadie! I hope it gets better for you. Kick the door down! Kick the door down! FBI, open up! Even though the FBI doesn't exist right now.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside! Where's you? Where? Were you like on the ceiling or something? And you just popped down here? Where did you come from? I'm about to break the door down. Do you even have enough strength to break the door down?
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Now that's a man I can come to love. I too love kicking doors off their hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't?
Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick?
Okay, again I ask, you have muscles? You have muscles, Sholmes. He's literally about to storm in and be like, Mother! Holy shit! Naruhodo, I'll just... Oh, I respect your privacy by knocking, but assert my authority as your parent by coming in anyway! Boom! With a battering ram. Or in this case, I respect your privacy by knocking, but assert my authority as the culprit or the suspect by coming in anyway! Battering ram, Herlock Sholmes. Actually, you know what? That's a great idea. Hey, Mr. Sholmes, let me just, like, pick you up and then throw you at the door. That'll work. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Cabin 2. Okay. I will be right back, guys. I want to get a little more water. So, give me about, like, 2 minutes. I will be right back. Enjoy the music while you're at it, though. Enjoy the music and the suspense. Alright, water all filled. I'm taking another swig because I've been voice acting for so long now. Oh, jeez. Whoo-wee. It's a challenge having to voice all these characters being one person, but you know what? It's a lot of fun too. Oh! Sir? Why do you look like Santa Claus? Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. Why do you have scissors, sir? A woman! Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. Plain as ever can be, my dude. I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. I mean, come on, guys, look at that face. Look at that face. It's so sweet, it's so cute. I'd pinch his cheeks. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. Okay, another thing that I have to say that I love about this guy is his wording. He uses big words for being a detective, which is fair and all, but it just makes the act of him being a detective who's really not good at his job all the more best.
But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within a wardrobe this time. So, might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? I mean, you could talk to the guy who also had to fit in a trunk, but hey, that's just me.
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk.
Don't look at me, please. It moved.
Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes!
The case just shook.
Leave now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. You have mittens on, my dude. And you're threatening me with scissors. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Ooh, we got a waltz up in here. I like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I love that. May I talk with you? I may talk with you. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh! I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now!
This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. But there may be someone else who can help.
Is he sleeping? Boy, 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 boy. Are you sleeping? On the job? What are you doing? Are you taking a nap in here? Unless you're going through, like, books or something. What the hell are you doing? I can't believe he fits in that wardrobe, though. Look how he has to scrunch his knees up in there. Man, you actually must be at least 6 foot tall. Because I'm just looking at your legs right now. And how scrunched you're in there. You gotta be very, very tall, my dude. I can't believe you, man. Hey, buddy, wake up! Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes?
You need only address me as Sholmes.
That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Were you napping? Why, he was. He outright said it right here. He was napping in the wardrobe.
Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service.
Dude, just don't lie to me. You were sleeping. I hate him. And yet I love him at the same time.
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken?
Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once.
Observe closely.
Yes?
Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret?
Why? The truth, of course.
Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively
for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, what are you gonna do, Sholmes?
Well then,
What you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Sure. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Yes? Sholmes about to get stabbed if he acts like he did. Sholmes about to get stabbed if he acts like an idiot like he did before. Yes. Stabbed with a pair of scissors. It was nice knowing you, Mr. Sholmes. You were a great man while you were around. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes, I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
I must have complete silence. You are so over-eccentric, my man. I want to imagine him that he actually shushed Susato there with a finger, be like, shh. I must have complete silence among the peanut gallery. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you peeling at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Probably my life, but that's just a hard guess. Are you not? Huh? And number two, at the conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment, no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh!
Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
Meanwhile, Ryunosuke over here is just... What was that about? Is absolutely confused at what is happening in the situation. That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle! I like that. Ineffable twaddle. And saying what the freak or what the F word, I'm gonna say what the ineffable twaddle every now and then. Throw it in the mix. See how people like it.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true!
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylot's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholm's conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? I know, I had to keep making sure I say Sholmes instead of Holmes, so I don't get sued. And so he doesn't get sued.
Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Train ahoy! Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh! 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 So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously, but catches the eye in the first place.
You're in the spotlight now, Roylott!
Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on.
Did you just ballerina twirl, Sholmes? What?
The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
Oh, wow.
In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard.
This man! Oh my god!
Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt.
This man!
You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Now that I've heard of you myself, you understand.
This man! Oh my gosh, this is incredible!
Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see.
Bah! Bah, he says.
And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls.
I love the way this man talks!
The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Is it time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare?
No, I refuse!
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit therein.
Don't be absurd!
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article.
This guy and his twirls, I swear.
If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novonich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova.
Okay, not gonna lie, that was pretty impressive.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. Of this Russian enigma, Elemensky.
You're a French and Spanish major, so that is pronounced Kudai. Kudai. Thank you for that, Lobos. I knew I was gonna butcher it either way, but I'm glad somebody here corrected me. Thank you very much. Man, sure. Oh god, Herlock. I gotta make sure I say Herlock. Herlock Sholmes, I gotta say, that was impressive. That was impressive. My goodness. How much Sherlock Holmes knowledge do I have? You say, Mario Kimon? Not a lot. Not a lot. I know some stories. I know some things. There was like some stories that he had with Arsène Lupin as well. But nothing else. I really don't know the meaty-greedy of it. This game is chock full of references and homages. Hey, that's good, though. That's some good shit. That there, what I just saw, that was impressive. I gotta say, Sholmes, you did a damn good job. A real damn good job. Susato-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about. Was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different, somehow.
You know, it may have been wrong in the most wrong aspect. He may be completely off his grid, but it's the showmanship that counts. He had complete showmanship and a great presentation out of all of it. And the style. Yes, absolutely the style. You're right there, Mario. That it just got blown out of the park. Blown out of the park. I'll give it a solid 7 out of 10. All for the showmanship and the style. It was damn good. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment?
Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. At all.
Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you.
that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's not the point! And another thing! The part about him abducting the ballerina?
Indeed.
A truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small! Clearly! The opening narration is paraphrased from the real one. You know, to be honest with you, I would not be surprised if the Speckled Band is actually a real Sherlock Holmes story. I would not. It makes me... You know what? It makes me wonder if they're gonna have an homage in here to The Hound of the Baskervilles. Because that was a really, really good story. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case! Even if you pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Okay, you say you laugh in spoilers there, CB, but I remember reading. It was either reading or... No, it was both. I read and I watched something in school. When I was in middle school. I can't remember what it was called or what channel it was on. But it was like the story, it was a televised show about the stories of Sherlock Holmes. And I specifically remember we watched an episode that was based on the Hound of the Baskervilles. No, it wasn't elementary. This was back in 2007, 2008, when I watched this. I don't think elementary was out at that time.
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh, really? So when Sherlock saved me from Afghanistan, it's from one of the books as well. Damn! Man, there is a lot of homages to, the one and only in here. That's pretty nice, though. That's pretty nice. I gotta give the game that. That's pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus as is!
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off.
Oh, me only a little? Only a little, she says. Your idea of a little, maybe a little, of itself, Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. Sorry, I'm interrupting you again. Sherlock was right. Watson did return from the Afghan war after being injured, while Sherlock is a complete dunderhead. Complete dunderhead indeed. But damn, even that is so cool about having these homages to the actual Sherlock Holmes stories. Oh, even the Grimsby name comes from the Speckled Band story. Gosh! Yeah, they're throwing them all over the place in this game. Very nice. This man is a lot of work. Yeah, you're telling me. But he's got a pretty face for it. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Gee, I do wonder that as well there, Sholmes. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh. Sholmes, Sholmes, when did you do this?
Where are your handcuffs?
How did?
I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our
dance of deduction. Are you inviting me to waltz with you there, Mr. Sholmes? Because I certainly will. No, this is not my first Ace Attorney game there, Mario. I played through all of the first game. I played through all of the second game, but I have not finished the third game. I think I'm on the third case in the third game. So far, though, I have been loving the series. Loving it so much. It's so good. I don't believe it!
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel!
Yeah, tell me how you did this, Magic! When did you get this out of my hands? When did you do it? Is that supposed to be an alternative Shinx in the bottom right corner of the screen? Oh! Good that you mentioned that, Neb. That little guy that you see over there is actually one of my own. I created him. He's a Fakemon that I made a long time ago, and that I redrew, redesigned, and decided to use as a mascot for the streams and for the channel. So he is a little Fakemon. His name is Bromton. He is a poison type, normal poison. Yes, he is a normal poison type Pokemon, and he is called the Bear Cub Pokemon. I actually have a whole entire paper listed of his stats, his moves, his information, and everything about him. I have yet to design an evolution for him, but he's just too cute as he is now, being a mascot, so that I really don't want him to evolve. Oh, you also have a lot of Fakemon. Well, I know you're on the Discord, so if you want to show off any of your Fakemon, go right ahead in the art channel. Which, by the way, now that you remind me, I'm hoping this works. If anybody here would like to join the Danmatic Discord community, you can do so at that link. We're a very chill bunch. You can come on in. You can enjoy the times with other community members. There's going to be some cool stuff that's going to be going on for the spooky month that I have planned. You can hang out and chill with us. It's a lovely little community. I love everybody in there. So if you want to join us, there's your link. There's your link. Now then, Mr. Handsome Detective Man, I believe I have been keeping you waiting for a long time.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished.
Oh, I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. Can you keep these off me? Please?
So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. What do we do here? Correction.
So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand.
Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. I'm too baby-faced, as you can see. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shom's deduction better...
Then what?
Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Okay. Thick hat, copious beard. Oh, what the? What is... golden locks? What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
You can examine with A during these times. It may help sometimes. Gotcha! No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's hat? Wait. Don't tell me this is the girl! And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. It's a very thick hat, isn't it?
Ah, that's the secret you see, Naruhodo-san. Don't you know?
Secret? What?
Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia is a land of unimaginable cold. And a thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze.
I don't want to experience brain freeze that way. No penalty for examining wrong things. Good! I will examine all the things then.
That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Oh Mother, Not Russia.
I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Okay, so the copious beard, the locks. So you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. You spin your Roylette around, right round, like a record, baby, right, Roylette, right. So, oh, I can present while I'm here too. So thick hat, copious beard, I think it's this. Yes, this. Oh, the screen shatter though. Wait, what? You're coming in, Ryunosuke? What? You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Look at the smirky on that boy's face. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Dude, oh my gosh, these boys are at it! Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Oh! You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no.
only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected.
You're right, I didn't get the beard, but I was too eager, man. I was too eager.
The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter.
Take it away! Oh, no, never mind. I thought I was gonna be doing it, but I guess he's gonna do it.
I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary.
Well, that was a shock. We playing with the big boys now. Playing with the detective boys.
I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise.
Did you?
What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san, you're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts of Mr. Sholmes.
Get you a man who can do deductions and dance around at the same time, am I right, fellas? Am I right or am I right?
I'm just doing what we agreed.
I'm not having fun or anything, Baka. Baka.
This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Oh, I have not seen Top Gun, Lobos. I know of it, but I've never seen it. I know, his boyfriend just died, and it's now like, oh, get you a man who can deduce and dance. The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
No, Cosmo didn't just have a glowing headband that defied all physics. He also had a sword, a sword. When you have a boy that has a sword like that, just saying.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently.
Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
Take this one on. The article about the ballerina. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right! You've hit the nail on the head.
Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai.
Ha! The snappiness, the style of this. Oh, I am loving this guy so much.
It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name.
Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh! Oh no, you got stabbed in the head! Or in the hat. Hey, I'm all for Sundari Naruhodo, please. I love me that. Oh? The beard is fake. The hat is fake. The glasses are fake. Ooh. She pretty.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. Aw, but please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
A ballerina on the run. You know, that's a good question, Mario. Where did the earring come from? Because it certainly wasn't there when you took the beard off. It just materialized. Still, very pretty earring.
Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there, on the veranda. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see.
Also, you're right, her clothes kind of shrunk too.
And I assure you the eye speaks so much more eloquently, and honestly, than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ha! I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistakes again! You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr.
This game's getting to me now, guys! This game's getting to me! And the fact that... Would I dance a deduction with Mr. Sholmes? Yes. Yes, I would. I would in a heartbeat. Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Okay, so we had the traveling case. Let's take a look at this. It's a very small case, isn't it? You can see instantly that no person could possibly fit inside there. So does that tell us that Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else? If that's true, though, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why did she refuse to let us look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. Perfectly harmless reason, sure. Oh. Wow, look at this dazzling tiara! I've never even seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on! What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Okay, but it'll make you look pretty, Naruhodo. It'll make you look pretty, just saying. Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Is there anything else that you could possibly be hiding over here? A waste paper basket. The waste paper basket? Let's have a little look inside. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. And yet you were fine when we looked at the diary after Mr. Sholmes did it. Yeah, come on, Ryunosuke, put on the tiara. You look pretty. It'll bring out your eyes, maybe. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly! We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, I think that's all then. I can't get anything with the books, so it seems like it has to be the tiara.
Yes!
Hello, Tiara! Yes! The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet. Is it not? Ha! Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Is that so, Nina?
I have no one. No family. No friends. I am all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself.
She must have been extremely lonely. And yet you have two men who are grilling her about a theft that she's done.
All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point into hiding it now.
Will you stop shining that spotlight on me? It freaks me out. Come, and let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you want? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable, I should say, to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wished it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova?
My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention.
Remember, Holmes, this is a 15-year-old girl who's on the run. Be a little bit nicer on her. I know you're in your element, but still. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'œil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. Who is this Holmes? Indeed. I don't know a Holmes. They don't know a Holmes. You guys don't know a Holmes. But it's me. I don't know this. I don't know a man by that. I just know a guy named Sholmes. Sholmes is my man. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? Just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely but the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Small painting. It's over here.
This is a charming little picture, isn't it?
What is it? Someone climbing on a steep mountainside?
Or a descending one, it seems to me.
You've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Alright. Let's see the bookshelf itself. Ah, it looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose that steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage.
And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them.
Maybe Miss Pavlova? While she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment.
We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian.
Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck somewhere else. How about this?
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Siberia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. You get thrown overboard. Simple as that. I do understand that Sherlock himself is a public domain, but the personality is not, which really confuses me. Yeah, you give Sherlock any human traits that he did not exhibit in most stories, you can be sued, which is like... Basically, you can't bench the Sherlock the character to something else. It has to be strictly on who he was portrayed as in his stories.
You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now. Have I? Cabin door. Was she looking to flee? It's a metal door. The same as in Kazuma's cabin.
Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well.
Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door here instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. Okay, rule of passage. Small picture. So, okay. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. I feel like it's the rules of passage.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. She definitely has a pet on board, I bet you that. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Ooh. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon or dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case. Oh! 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 The boys! The boys did it together. The boys did it together. I'm so happy for them. I'm so happy for them. They're so good. I love these boys, guys. I love these boys. So, so good. Prior to the last set of 12 short stories, Doyle's son passed away, which made Doyle reevaluate how he writes. Sherlock has to be human, he was given likes and hearts, etc. He saw Watson as a means to an end and didn't consider him anything more. Wow. Wow. Respecting a woman is a thing they can sue over due to him not doing it explicitly so until those 12 stories. Hot damn. that is a whole mess in and of itself there. I can understand why people really don't want to use the Sherlock Holmes names in any media then, if you need to specifically portray him as he was written. My gosh. So yeah, you got a pet in there, don't you there, Miss Nina? Wow. So what does she have in there? Dude, that's so cool! Elementary! I love it! I love this! Oh, those two are great together. I love that. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Voilot. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said is correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Wow, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Damn, I mean, it's always a rite of passage. Indeed. What's that blue thing? The blue thing on the screen? Or this blue thing? This is a kazoo, as you can see. It is a kazoo. You can do all kinds of things with. For example, when someone makes puns in the chat, I go. Or in my channel points below, you can have me kazoo along to a song. Because I love making good use of this kazoo, even though it's just cheap plastic. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out that scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I had to decide, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one could recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man. I see.
Poor girl.
I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... Chink, 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 chink. This is the first time the name Sherlock Holmes had been used to avoid copyright. I did mention the Arsène Lupin stories. Originally, LeBlanc wrote it as Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I think someone told me about that once. That LeBlanc actually did get sued by Doyle, so he had to change the name. It's interesting. The stories with Sherlock Holmes and with Arsène Lupin as well are such interesting pieces of literature. I have not delved into it, but from friends who have delved into it and have told me many things, they're all such interesting stories. I would love to read them one day.
I go to a bookstore, to be honest. I have not read a lot of books in the past few years, which is really, really bad. Because I have books that I need to read, but I have not touched them at all. And I feel bad that they're just collecting dust on my bookshelf. We do stand LeBlanc. We absolutely do stand LeBlanc. I do stand LeBlanc. Ouch.
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Unlocked doors? Yeah.
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time.
Are those two even talking about the same thing right now?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case?
Please tell me it's a puppy.
You're right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, and if you say anything to any of the crew...
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Please.
Yes. All right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. Mario came on 99, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the party. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible.
Indeed, it is incredible. I'm going to interrupt your conversation once again.
And one more thing. Oh, yes? What?
Observe your wrists.
You put them back on, didn't you? You put them back on!
Your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how?
True to my word, I have restored your shackles.
When and why? And how? Most importantly, how?
There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
So tell us, miss, what happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died. He was a friend of mine.
Oh!
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded?
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened as well, Mr. Sholmes?
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us?
Oh yeah, Mario, you weren't here, but just about 2 weeks ago, I finished off Persona 5 Royal. Let me tell you, that game changed little bits of my life a little bit. Oh, you did see the VODs. Very, very nice. If you have missed any, by the way, for anybody out there, if you have missed any VODs and they're no longer on Twitch, there is an archive channel that I have. I think I have a command for it. I do. So, if you actually have missed any videos and you want to go back and look at them, all of them are up on my Stream Archives channel on YouTube, and they're all in their own separate playlists too. So you can go and view all the Persona 5 Royal stuff and any of the previous games that I played as well. I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done, and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything was happening around me. Oh, I see. So running away. How was that? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America.
Everyone wants to go to America at this time.
I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. Oh yeah, gotta agree, Mario. The stuff that they added to Royal was just beautiful. I loved all of third semester. That was literally the Goro Akechi show, and I fell in love with it.
But the tiara is mine! I need it to live!
She kinda does. She needs it for food and such.
I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me.
So you ran away to protect yourself?
Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been so kind to me.
Aww.
They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
Ah! If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Did you only witness part of the bad end? No, I witnessed all the bad endings. The accomplice ending, what happened when you didn't kill Adachi by Christmas time, when you went in to try and convince him to stop this. I saw everything. I saw everything. It was some really, really messed up stuff. The accomplice ending, that last cutscene that you see with you and Adachi, holy moly. That was really intense. That was so cool. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... So about this conundrum. Oh, I definitely watched the accomplice ending. I didn't choose it at all. I did not choose it at all. I made sure I went the good ending. But I watched it, and it was not pretty. Not pretty at all. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. She looks out of it for a riddle, my dude. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. She still looks out of it, my dude, I'm just saying. However, the SS Siberia stopped by no port last night. Oh, that's it! Of course! Who was the best girl in P5 for me? That's a tough one. I like Makoto. I romanced Makoto, and I loved her relationship line. She was so cute. But I have to go next. It's like Makoto and Haru as a tie. I love those two girls so much. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? truth, and you could not have swam here.
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that.
Oh yeah, he did. God. The flirtalizer. I'm never gonna let you live that down, Shady. Haru and her flirtalizer grown fresh on top of the roof. So damn funny.
It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Yeah, he was all like, no, nothing happened. This is none of your business.
Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
Mm-hmm.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that? Also, excuse me, Daddy. Excuse me, Daddy. Excuse me, Daddy. Excuse me, Daddy. Listen, my man, I loved Maruki was a great addition too, but I have to say, I love the Doctor with his floof instead of the slicked backed hair. Because when he had that slicked backed hair, my God, I wanted to punch him.
It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Damn, I gotta remember that. Yes, Mr. Shoei, get your face out of my face now. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Okay, so show us your friend then. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage.
Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Oh! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
No. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? No. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea! Ah. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! I heard no buck eyes in here, Sholmes.
Really?
No! Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, you're basically saying that she could kill it for needs of sustenance. My dude, this is the 15-year-old girl you're talking to, who said that's her only friend. So you'd eat your friends, I'll remember that. Sherlock Sholmes eats his friends, everybody. You heard it here.
Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed.
Ah ha 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 ha! She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Shed some light on it? Oh! The diary. Oh yeah, let me look at the people right now. Kazuma, my wonderful man, I miss you. You're 34? You look to be like 29! You're 34! I don't believe that. I don't believe that. 29, 37, 15. This is a lie. I don't believe this at all. He's too young and pretty. Okay. So something in the record that I can... That's her. Something that she can... Let's see. There's something I should like to show her. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Something to show her. Let's see. Is it this? Can I show you? Can I show you my lawyer badge? Can I show you my lawyer badge? It's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive. These are people. Something to show her. Oh. I forgot how to do this. So this is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin you see. As you can see, it's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together.
So? Oh!
Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
Did your pet happen to go over there? No, she says.
I don't know anything.
Oh. Oh shit, they're coming for us. Excuse me, Mr. Boylot. Oh shit. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. Yeah? What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Voylat.
Get out! The passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
When we gonna find out about that moving suitcase is what I want to know. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. and get out! And that is a to be continued, guys. Our first of the night. And I believe this is at the point where I will stop for the night. So let's go give us a good save. Alrighty, yep, we're gonna stop here for the night. It's been like about a 4-hour stream, so I feel like I got a good amount of content in. But I want to say to everybody out there, thank you so much for coming along, for chatting along, for the raid that happened tonight. Thank you so much for the raid, for the follows. Thank you all so much for coming along, chit-chatting, or lurking about as well. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting up the spooky game for the month. I'm going to be playing Little Nightmares tomorrow. I don't know what it's about, but I know it's a very horror-esque kind of game. So I might be screaming a lot. I don't know. We'll see what happens when I start playing it. But for tonight, everybody, again, thank you all so much for checking out the stream and for hopping along. I will mention that social media and other things are down below in my profile if you like to see, again, the YouTube archive, my Twitter to stay updated, and again, if you like to join the Discord to get daily updates about what games I'm playing and spend time with the community members, join the Discord. It's a lot of fun. But with that out of the way, everybody, have yourselves a great night. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you hydrate, because that's what I'm definitely going to be doing after stream. Until I see you next time, bye-bye!